Hello, everybody, and welcome to yet another broadcast. And this time it's round two of the Prague Chess Festival 2023. We saw yesterday a kind of a slowish start to the action in both the Masters and the Challengers. Only one decisive result in both of those tournaments. In the Challengers, we had the youngster, the super talent from the Czech Republic, defeat a very decent grandmaster in the form of the Finek, Vaclav Finek. I know I pronounced his name incorrectly. He beat Akash yesterday. And in the Masters, we saw why Vincent Kaymer is so dangerous in these long games. He manages to beat world-class opposition in seemingly drawn positions or very drawish positions. And Vincent beat Wang Hao, meaning that Vincent is leading the Masters. And in the Challengers, Finek, the youngster, is leading. Of course, plenty more chess to go, and we are just at the beginning. And before we talk about today's action, of course, I'm absolutely delighted to be joined once again by the one and only Natasha Ben-Mesbah. Natasha, welcome. How are you feeling today?
Hi, Lawrence. Hi, everybody. I'm feeling very excited. I'm very looking forward to the show of today. Yesterday we had great fights, a lot of draws, but very interesting games. And I hope that today it will be the same and even better. I remember that yesterday you told us that in the challengers, it will be 3-win
I
today.
think there will be three decisive results in the Challengers today. Yes, that's my prediction.
And with black, you say at least one game
And
with
one with
black.
black. Yes.
Okay,
We
so
can try
let's
and
see.
choose which game that is if you want. Let's see here. I'm going to say Peshak is going to beat Akash with the black pieces today. That's my prediction. And maybe Motilov is going to beat Vikok as well. Those are my two big bets. Motilov or Peshak to win with the black pieces today.
Okay, so
What
the
about
favorites will win.
the favorites, the
Me,
big favorites? Yes.
the big favorites. Okay, I think we'll have another surprise today.
Possibly, yes.
I
Possibly.
think Finek will make a draw
Okay.
against Protinevicius.
Okay.
And I think we have a great fight between Gledura and Lamy. I think it will be
Could
not.
very well be. And what about in the master section? The games have kicked off.
Um,
We've got we looked at it. It looked like a very level day. I mean, it looks like a very close day to my eyes here. I can see a lot of draws today again in the Masters. What do you think?
it's. I think we'll have at least one win, like
One
yesterday.
win in
But
the
it's
Masters?
true
Okay.
that it's very difficult. The players are so strong that it's very difficult to win any game to convert positions. Yesterday, Kamer seemed to be very well prepared for the
Yes.
tournament, but he's playing with black against Nguyen, so I think they will draw. Um, Maybe we can hope that Wangao will have some. I know yesterday he lost the game.
Yeah. I would like to see Wang Hao have some success. That would be great. Wang Hao, obviously a class player, um, retired kind of at the moment, as he has been talking about, but no question that he is, the class is always there, even if he's a bit rusty in playing over the board. I actually can't remember the last time he did play over the board. Feels like a long time ago.
I think it was since the candidate
Hmm.
tournament in 2001, he played two chess tournaments. The
Wow.
Norway Chess in May 22
Yeah.
and the Abu Dhabi Masters in August.
Right.
So yeah, it's been quite a long time.
Long time. Hmm.
We'll see.
Indeed. Indeed. All right. Well, let's see what happens. We'll start with the Masters, and Interestingly, we'll go to Harry Krishna. He's the reigning champion, playing against Robson here, and interestingly, Harry Krishna goes for a four knights English. So far, pretty standard stuff. And now the move d3, which is a move I have to say I had been looking at for a while to potentially play myself. I always thought this move was very interesting because you invite black to play the move pawn to d5 here, which Ray does, and you have a reversed Sicilian, classical Sicilian with an extra tempo. I mean, what more do you want in life, basically, right? I mean, I take this position with black, and it's his move. But now to take it with white, what a chance. And now Harry Krishna actually goes for a dragon with the move pawn to g3. This is a perfectly good move, of course. I guess you could play all the classical variations here. A move like e3 must be good. Even the move e4 might be interesting here. You won't believe this. I was looking at this exact position this morning with colors reversed. Okay, so I was looking at this with one of my students this morning. So very, very interesting spot. But Harry decides to go for g3. I've also been almost a lifelong dragon player. Not lifelong, well, but yeah, I mean, it was one of the first openings I learned when I started to get serious about chess. And Ray has gone for the very classical bishop e7. Harry Krishna will play the move bishop g2 here. And then the question is, do you have to retreat? Oh, he takes the knight first. Interesting. He takes the knight first and then is going to go bishop g2. Trying to exploit the queen. Very interesting. I wonder then why bishop g2 immediately is not the main idea. Or maybe it is the main idea. I don't know. Maybe it is the main idea in this position. Who knows? We'll see. What is wrong with bishop g2 immediately here?
Bishop g2 is the main move in the position.
For sure.
Actually. I guess there's nothing wrong. Maybe Krishna has prepared something. He has an idea. We'll see.
This can't work, right? Takes e4, or can it?
It's just a pawn, I think, for white.
Is it? Because after takes, like takes, is this so clear? Bishop e6 or something? I don't know. Doesn't look crazy good for white. I mean, I'm not saying that it's good for black, but black definitely has some compensation here. No doubt about it. Black absolutely has some compensation here.
I think it's, yeah, black has compensations, but I think it's okay for white. They have a strong mobile center. Yep. They can push the center pawn, so
yeah,
the bishops will become very strong. I think it's okay. Your pawn up, and
it's almost certainly okay. Almost certainly. But okay, Harry decides to do this way, threatening the queen indirectly. And now, of course, the question is, where do you put this queen? Big question. Do you put it on d6? Do you put it on d8? Black castled. Harry Krishna will castle here because he has no good knight moves. So he will castle. And now the question is, where do you put the queen? White, on the other hand, is going to go bishop e3, rook c1, typical dragon style. And I quite like it, I have to say. I quite like it for white.
Yeah, trying to play or
yeah. We'll see what happens in that one. Gelfand held a slightly worse position yesterday against Shankland. He's playing Martirosian today. We have a Queen's Gambit declined with the move knight bd7. We've seen already bishop b4, Rogozin, but knight d7, another line. And now Gelfand plays the critical move, apparently in this position, which is the move bishop to f4. Where white puts the bishop on a natural square, d takes e4 and e3, simply trying to win the pawn back. I believe Natasha, the move pawn to e4 is also removed, but here I believe black can play the move b5. This was quite hot theory for some time, and the idea is that if you take on b5, black throws in a check. you now have to retreat somehow, and then black will win this pawn. There were a number of games in this particular variation as well, not so long ago. But Gelfand goes for the very safe option, of course, pawn to e3, very natural option, looking to recapture the pawn. And now for years, the main move was to go knight to d5. The point being that, of course, if you take, I take back and I protect my pawn. And now if I take here, you get to capture my bishop. But it's not clear who this benefits. This might still be quite good for white with this grip in the center. Not completely clear. But Martirosian says, I don't want any of that. I'm going to play totally standard, totally normal stuff with the move bishop to d6. Very, very standard move. And now you can also come back. I think coming back is interesting here, but Gelfand decides to take, and take. But it doesn't look very scary. For example, knight b6 is played by Martirosian, bishop b3, and now Martirosian plays bishop d7. He's going to put the rook on c8. And I must say, I'm not very impressed with white's position here. I think white would like to get in e4, but he's going to always get hit by d5. And after e5, I believe the whole point of this variation is that black has got the move knight e4. This is a critical move, actually, for black to have. For example, after knight e4, if you take now, the problem is this knight has got no good squares. And if it comes to d2, black can sit the bishop on c6. And there's the lovely d5 square now to occupy. There's also ideas of e3 and bishop takes g2. This pawn is also en prise. So there's a lot suddenly happening here. And you have to be a bit careful with white. So it looks as though Martirosian has studied this position, has played this position. And so it looks, yeah, pretty fine for black. Dayak against Shankland. Nothing to comment on so far. We have a very theoretical position, a mainline Spanish with what can be called the Steinitz deferred, something like this. Very, very well-known position. Dayak plays c3, very flexible. Lots of chess to happen there. Nothing to comment on so far in that game. Wang Hao against Navarra. We see another. This seems to be quite a topic in this tournament. This Queen's Gambit declined. This time Navarra goes for the Rogozin. Yesterday we saw bishop g5 and this line here with not much success for white. So this time Wang Hao tries something different and bishop f4. Also well known. Brings the rook to c1, e3, and bishop f5. Looks fairly pleasant for black. Doesn't look like any big problems so far for black in this position. And now after bishop f5, white plays queen b3. Standard looking move. And Navarra is now thinking about what to do. How do you deal with this bishop? Do you retreat it? Do you protect it? Of course, there is a pawn on pre here on b7. So you've got to be a little bit careful here. But it is a interesting position with a lot of life. Also a very interesting position with a lot of life, but a very theoretical position is the one in Nguyen against Kmar. The reason being, we have a Spanish mainline been seen and an anti-martial. We have an anti-martial here, which is actually very interesting. This anti-martial played many times, many different ways to play an anti-martial. This is the one preferred by Win today, b4, d3, d6. All of this is kind of standard stuff. c3, rook b8, knight bd2, knight a5. Very classical stuff. Bishop a2, and now c5. Again, been seen many times. Yes, Natasha, any comments on this particular game?
We have many theoretical positions.
Very.
So we'll have to wait a little bit longer to see the novelties that our players
Hmm.
had prepared.
Exactly.
So we'll see.
Yes, we will see. So uh, nothing to, and sorry, and now the last move, knight c4, and black to move. All very, very, very standard stuff so far. Let's move to the challengers and let's see what interesting position. Well, we get some extremely interesting positions. Of course, the game of Peshak is a complete mess. That is to be expected. Peshak uh, really loves to mix it up, especially when he's playing a weaker opponent on paper. So we have a Spanish and wow, the Cosio variation. You ever played this one, Natasha?
Me, no.
No?
No, I'm not
Great
with
opening.
black. I don't play e5, and when I play with white, I play the Italian. So
Okay.
I had no occasion to play the Spanish yet.
Okay. This is a
And you?
great opening. Yeah, I've played this loads of times. I've played this so many times. I've played this
So what's the
Cosio.
point of playing cavalier G, knight G e7?
Well, the point is that you want to recapture the knight here, and sometimes you develop like this, and sometimes you put the knight here, which is also interesting and a bit unusual. Levon Aronian experimented with this in recent years. The old way of playing the Cosio is just to develop like this. So it's very interesting. I don't exactly know the state of current theory. I don't know what it is, but it's clearly a very interesting way for Peshak to get an unusual position against a player he thinks he can outplay. That's what he's trying to do here. He's trying to get a position against a player he thinks he can beat. So after knight, it went knight c3 and knight g6. So Peshak decides not to put the bishop on the long diagonal. Very interesting.
Mhm.
So knight to g6 and h4. Akash, aggressive, extremely aggressive, trying this move here. Very, very aggressive indeed to play h4 in this position. Very natural move though as well. If we're being honest with it ourselves, it's a very natural move to play h4 here. Chasing the knight. Black played h5, and this is also kind of forced because you can't allow this pawn to run up the board. So black plays h5, and now Akash opens the position again very logically with the move pawn to d4. All fantastic logical chess.
I really like Akash reaction, actually.
Yeah.
Like playing very active and
Mm-hmm.
trying to gain space, occupying the center. I think we'll have a nice fight. Like
Yes,
um, he's not shy of playing his own game.
exactly. He's not. Um, so this is very, very good. Uh, Bishop b4. Wow. Okay. Brings the bishop out. Very, very natural move in many ways as well. Bishop takes c6. Okay. Also a very, very kind of interesting decision. And Akash just goes for the pawn. He says, okay, Peshak, show me. Show me what you want to do here. Also makes a lot of sense, no? To play like this.
Yes,
So knight takes
exactly.
e5, knight takes e5, d takes e5.
Okay, you can think with white, even if your pawn up, even if there are double pawn on the e file, it
Mm-hmm.
stays a pawn up, and you are weaker, and you will play a game, an endgame with a pawn up.
Correct.
I think it's good. Black has very good compensations with with the bishops, but I don't think it's very risky for white. I think it should be
Probably
okay.
not. No, it should be okay. Should be okay. Should just be okay actually. Um, so yeah, we'll see what happens here. Doesn't look like a big risk for white, no? This position
No.
does not look like a big risk for white here. Okay, so
Yeah, it will be opposite color bishop position.
yes. Yes, it
After
will.
bishop take knight c3.
Yeah, could get something like that for sure. Okay, what else is going on here then? Let's see. The Putin Finette game, very, very standard Queen's Gambit. Declined, nothing too exciting there. Bartel against Stalmach is a classical French advanced. Again, not too much to comment on there, nor is there much to comment on in Vikov against Motilev. It's standard Italian position. Gladura against Lamy is a bit different because we have a position where Gladora is well. Well, Gladora is, he's playing this reverse Sicilian. Also looks like a very good idea to me. I don't mind it at all. So we'll see what happens there. We'll keep an eye on those games. So where to go to? Oh, well, let's go back to Hari Krishna because I was kind of interested by his opening. Robson did put the queen on d6, and now Hari played bishop g5. Very, very interesting move, this. Very, very interesting. What do you think about this?
It's a little bit surprising move. Maybe you think that your dark square bishop don't have any good squares, and you try to exchange it against the e7 bishop to gain control of the d4 square, I guess. And I don't think f6 is a move for black, actually, because you weaken your
Is it not?
white
Are you
squares.
sure? I see that, but it's not the end of the world either, right?
Yeah, but you lock your bishop. Your bishop e7 is locked.
Yeah, but is it so bad? I mean, really, is this such a big issue? Is this such a big deal?
I don't know. I think I would maybe keep
You
the
don't like
statu
the
quo.
idea of playing f6?
No, not in this position. Because I think that white, after f6, bishop e3, maybe I'm threatening to play d4 with white. But yeah, you can play rook d8. I think I would play something like bishop e6 with black.
Interesting. Okay.
Just wait to see. Because I don't want to take on g5, because after knight takes g5, the knight can jump to e4. This is interesting because black's
Knight to d4. Wow.
Black are attacking the knight on f3. Knight on f3 is defending the bishop on g5.
So I can't take because of bishop takes g5, and black is better.
Yeah, here I prefer.
And you have c6. Yeah. So, this is a very clever move. So knight d4. So now I have to take, and now the question is, do I take or do I take here? Both look okay. I mean, how bad can this be? Takes, takes, and takes.
I think this is okay for black. For white, this position is okay for white.
Mm-hmm.
You have maybe you should take the bishop on e7, and if knight takes d4, you take with the pawn with the e pawn, and then you can make pressure on the e file for black.
Ah, so you just like to play like this.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
I think both
Yep.
are okay.
Yep. Also playable. Also playable.
What
I
would
can
you
get
play
behind
with?
that. Well, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, he did take. I'd probably take back. Yeah, give White the option because there's no rush to do this. The question is, does White have knight d2? But Bishop g4 is very annoying. So I don't even think you can play this with White.
Hmm.
And if you can't play that, then what are you supposed to do? Yeah, it looks like Robson has found a really fantastic way to neutralize White's play here. Looks fantastic.
Hmm.
Looks really good.
Okay. Hmm.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So let's carry on. So Gelfand against Martirosian. Um, well, this one is well uh, very fine for black. Queen d7 now, threatening bishop b5 must be the idea. It looks as though white is doing well because it looks as though I will have this and this, but the problem with white's position is that there's this c3 pawn, and black can actually be very solid. This is the problem with this position here. This is the problem, and so I'm not in love with the position here for
For white.
for white at all. Not in love at all. Think black is maybe even for preference here because his structure is better and long-term prospects are better for black. So Boris really has nothing here. Um,
Okay,
let's keep going.
let's
In the
keep
Diag,
going.
yeah, in the Diag game, we did see the classical way to play this delayed position with g6 and knight f1. Another very classical way to handle in these Spanishes to put the knight on g3. And again, very normal position after castles, which I'm pretty sure Sam will do. Maybe he's thinking, do I need to include h3 first? That's his question.
So, do you think, because if you play castle, bishop g4, h3, maybe black doesn't want to exchange the bishop against for the knight. So, is bishop g4 a big problem for white? I don't think so.
I don't think
I don't
so.
think. So maybe they just don't need to play h3, and he just castled. He didn't play h3.
Yeah, well, he did castle.
Okay. So how black should play
Yeah,
this
well, so
kind of
this is the
position?
question. Yeah, this is the question. It's not completely clear to me because with the rook now on e8, what are you supposed to do?
Can they play d5? d5 is a move or not? In this kind of position? Maybe not.
It's certainly a move. It always is a move, especially if the bishop can come to b7. I don't mind it. I think one idea is to play like bishop b7, and let's say white plays, I don't know, rook e1. Can you play in Breyer style with the move knight b8
Oh,
to reroute the knight and play like this? Because you've kind of got a Breyer setup already with the bishop on g7. It's not ridiculous. It's not ridiculous at all. It's actually
it's true.
very,
It's very
yeah,
interesting.
it's actually very interesting. Yeah,
Mm.
it's actually very, very interesting. We'll
Okay.
see. It's the middle. It's the start of the game, and a lot can happen. Um, so let's see. Bishop b7, by the way, has been played by Shankland.
Okay. Good.
Bishop b7 has been played. Um,
So maybe rook e1? No. No. Two.
um, not sure. I think we should just move on. Try
Okay. Let's
another.
see other games.
Yeah, try another game here. Okay, let's try another game then. So, what other game do we like? Where do you want to go? What about this game, the win game? Does that make
Yeah.
sense?
Let's go. Let's go.
What do we think here about this position?
Hmm. Okay, so it's black to play, white just play d4.
Yeah.
And so we can take with the. So should we take with the e or c pawn? I guess the e pawn. Okay.
Okay, let's hear
Takes,
some lines. So e takes d4.
Oh, the other one.
Sorry. Yeah. What do you want to do here?
Yeah, e takes d4, c takes d4,
Mm-hmm.
and I think we should take on d4.
Take on d4 again? Yeah, okay. But this looks a little bit loose to my eyes. I don't love this. I really don't love this. This looks loose. But it's actually what's happened, because look what's happened. There's been a big trade. He actually did this. So he took everything and took.
Okay.
And so I guess his idea after queen takes d4 is what?
Can you play d5 is possible or not immediately? No. Oh, b3. First you cut the a2 bishop, and then maybe you can play b5, d5, b3, then d5.
b3 and d5. Ah, this is very clever. And if I take, you take with the queen, and you don't lose a bishop.
No.
Very, very interesting. Very, very interesting. What to say about that one? I don't know. That is very, very interesting. Yeah, because I mean, if I have to do this, maybe black is just doing totally fine here. Maybe black is just doing totally, totally fine here.
So maybe white
So what can white do?
Yes. Maybe they have other options earlier. Do they have to take on d4? Immediately?
You wanna do so? You want to play like e5 here or something?
Yeah, maybe.
Takes. This looks quite reasonable because now you have all of this happening.
Many threats. Yeah.
Very, very interesting. Yeah, it looks like, you know, it looks very, very good.
Yes. Yeah, White had very good compensations for the pawn. They will
Agreed.
have very active bishop. They can play bishop f4, rook
Yeah,
c1, and try
yeah,
to grab the d4 pawn a little bit later.
yeah.
And I think it's much pleasant to play with white this line with the pawn down than playing the other one with b3 and the bishop in b1.
Incredible.
If you want to try to play for the win, I think this one is the best line for white.
Incredible. Yeah, okay. And that's what was played. Win has just played e5.
Okay. And it seems to be his preparation too. If we look at the clock.
Incredible. Yeah, he hasn't used any time at all, which is quite incredible, isn't it? Really,
Hmm.
quite incredible. Okay, so
Let's have a look on Challengers tournament.
yeah, let's have a look. Where should we go? Oh, there's been a draw in V Cook again. There goes one of my bets out the window. So I thought,
Already?
yeah, it's been a draw.
Oh,
Look, there's been a repetition here, classic repetition. Motilov not wanting to play.
with
V Cook
black.
also not looking to play here,
Okay.
which is very, very interesting. Um,
I was thinking that Motilev would have tried to to make a little bit pressure against his young opponent.
yes, indeed. Apparently not. He wasn't in the mood. Sometimes you have to be in the mood, right?
Yeah, of course.
Sometimes you
Of
just have to
course.
be in the mood, and he wasn't today. Okay, let's move on to another game. The Peshak game is, well,
Okay, so he didn't take the c3 knight, the white knight, to double the pawns.
mm-hmm.
Um, okay, what?
I mean, it just looks fine for black, but at the same time, you're right. I don't see black having any genuine chances because at some point, black will have to take this knight,
Yes.
and the opposite color bishops really don't present black with serious chances here. There's just too many ways. You put the pawn on a3, you bring the rook to d1, and I just don't see how you ever win this with black against a strong player. So I think it was an interesting opening by Peshak, but Akash clearly didn't want any big drama today. So he has decided to, you know.
Yes. Yes, he reacted very well to
Mhm.
black opening, and now
You know,
he's just holding the position, I think, even if he is a pawn up. But if black takes on c3,
mm-hmm.
as you said, it will probably be a draw. And I don't see how the result can be different, actually.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, agreed.
So let's have a look on another
Yeah, let's look at another
on
game.
another
And I
board.
just wanted to mention there has been a small development. I didn't mention this at the start, but now that most people are watching, you can actually vote for the game of the day, which is really, really cool. So after 6 o'clock every day, you can vote until 12 o'clock the next day, which is nice to pick game of the day. So check out the at Prague Chess Twitter to know more about that. Um, yes.
Lawrence, yesterday,
Yes.
um, which one, which game was your favorite?
Well, I think it would have to be the young Finnick because he won, and I think it's a very very nice,
Win.
very very nice game. Yeah, for him to win the first one. So I would choose Finnick for the first. And look at what we have here in the Bartel game. Now we really have some action because we had a standard looking French, and Stalmack has gone for this and this line taking on d4. I can't remember seeing this. Have you seen this before? Maybe not, right?
No, it's no, I haven't seen it before.
Yeah, I've not
But
seen it as
maybe
well.
we'll
I'm
have a
trying
look.
and I'm trying to understand what's going on. So I guess the idea that Bartel wants to do is check and then go here, and his claim is that he's going to castle and have big compensation. Also, a lot of the time after a move like bishop d7, you can now swing the queen across to g4, hitting this square, and it's a bit annoying to defend like this. Actually, it's a bit annoying. Um, how do you
Now
defend
that
this pawn?
me, how do I defend?
Mm.
Do you think that King f8 is an option? But now that you don't have anymore the black square bishop, pushing g6 seems to be very dangerous for black. Um, yeah, I like white pieces activity
Yeah,
in
it's
this
very
kind of
dangerous.
position.
And Bartel is a very very uh, Bartel is a very very good player in these kinds of messy positions. Actually, very very good player. So this is excellent
Yes.
to look at. Okay, so what's next? So we're going to see Bartel almost certainly play that. I don't see another way really to play. Gledura has pushed the H pawn up the board, which is, you know, a
Taking
decent.
space.
Yeah, it's
A bit aggressive. Maybe he wants to try. He wants to push his pawn far as possible.
well, not
The
not only. There's also this idea, right, that it
oh yeah,
supports a knight g5 jump.
yeah. And if you take, yes, you open the h5 for the rook. You, I also see like maybe later moves like rook h3, rook g3, and
Possibly.
with the bishop on b2, maybe trying to put some pressure on the g7 pawn. H4 is a very aggressive move. It's
Yeah, it's
I like it.
aggressive, but it's I like it. It's seen in this position before, right?
Where would you hide the white king, on the queen side, or you leave it in the center for now?
Um, my queen.
Your king,
Oh, my king.
yeah, your
Yeah, I leave
king.
it in the center for the moment until I decide what to do. I mean, let's say for example, natural move bishop b7, and I go knight g5. Okay, right. Imagine this
Yes.
was the case, right?
Okay.
Um,
So I have no choice. I have to play g6
you have to play g6.
because yes, because if you
Taking
play
is
f5,
just
yes, it's
taking is just
terrible.
terrible. Okay, so you have to play g6. And now here's a question for you. The first move I look at is actually this,
Okay,
and
so
the
let's
and the
eat.
computer doesn't hate it. Okay, you take it, h5.
Okay, so now
very dangerous. No, I mean, I would hate to be black in this position. And I remember these kind of ideas. There were some kayaking games in similar structures. Fiddler had a game years ago, um, and it's just very, very, uh, very difficult.
It's okay. So I don't. Do you think that Lemmy will let Gledura play knight g5?
No, I don't think so. So the question is, what is Lamy going to do? Now, Lamy knows about these kinds of positions. He's an experienced grandmaster.
Can I play something like h6 to prevent knight
I
g5?
Yeah, and now you
Oh,
invite this.
g4.
Yeah, you invite this. This is the
Hmm.
problem.
Okay.
And I really don't know if you're going to survive an attack here. This is a ready-made attack, very dangerous. Just pushing in some way looks very tough to me.
Yeah. So black is under pressure. So if h6, it's dangerous.
Hmm.
If they cannot allow knight g5,
Hmm.
can they react? What can they do?
I'm not really sure. I don't know. It's a very difficult position to play. I'm very curious to see how uh, you know how
How he will react?
how he'll react. Yes, I'm very curious.
I know I'm watching a lot the clock, but Glidura still have 1 hour 30 minutes. So he's completely in his preparation. So if Lamy makes any mistakes or a imprecisions, it's maybe a little bit very fast, the game.
Yeah, exactly,
So
exactly. Um, all right, let's continue. Um, where should we go next? Martirosian has played bishop b5 against Gelfand. I think Martirosian is doing fine. This game, Harry Krishna Robson
okay,
has
so he
followed.
took
Yeah.
on e7. He decided not to exchange knights.
And queen d2.
Queen d2.
And yeah, I mean, as I said, I've just not been impressed by White's play. Not at all. Yeah, not impressive by Harry Krishna, or I should say, impressive by Ray Robson.
Yeah, with knight d4. Knight d4 was very interesting.
Yes.
So yeah,
Something to learn there.
black has equalized. The position is equal.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah.
Yeah, indeed.
Okay, let's go to a fighting board.
Fighting game. Well, this is the big fighting game, isn't it? Really,
Yes.
where Nguyen has played e5. I think you have to take. I mean, it's not the only move, but it looks the most natural because I don't see where you move this knight. Is this actually a move here, though? I guess that's the move that Vincent is thinking about.
Okay, can I take on d4 now, or it's still the same?
No, you can't. And you want to do the same thing. b3,
Maybe I
maybe.
can take. Maybe on b3 I can take the knight, or
Okay. I don't like
I
that
don't
though, because
know.
there's some bishop e6 at the end, no? Like even
Yeah,
here,
true. Yeah.
and black is getting coordinated. So I don't love that. I think the most natural move is to take here, right?
Okay.
And now, can you take or can you take? Both are possible.
Oh, maybe bishop takes,
Bishop
and
takes.
then okay,
Yeah.
you have to move your bishop.
Okay.
And okay, I cannot take on d4 because the d5 bishop would be pinned, and after a move like bishop e6, maybe I would have some problems. I guess I can play rook d1, bishop. Okay, queen take d4, bishop e6, rook d1.
Sorry. Queen. What do we? Queen
I was
d4 here.
thinking, can we take on d4?
I don't like this because we self-pin ourselves. Yeah. Right.
I know, but we can defend rook d1.
And
And
you
how do
think,
you?
yeah, I guess the question is this ending, we're a pawn up, but is it enough? Could be. It's still a pawn. I don't see an immediate way to win this one. I really don't see. Looks like a pawn. Maybe black is just okay after something like this. Takes. Maybe. Maybe. Um, who knows?
Yeah, with the rook activity, you can maybe you will compensate your
Mm-hmm.
pawn, the pawn. Maybe bishop.
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, bishop e3, rook d5,
Rook d5, f4.
f4. Yeah, even the rook endings, like even this ending is
Yeah, and then rook
is
c2, of course.
yeah. It looks like it's going to be enough compensation for sure. Even something like this, you can go rook c2, rook f2, b3, and then rook c4 next. And yeah, these positions tend not to be winnable.
So this was after knight d5.
This was after knight d5. Yeah. Now, of course, that's not the only move because d takes e5 is the most natural. But after knight takes e5, you have to cover this threat.
So bishop b7 to cover the c6 square.
Bishop b7, yeah.
And then bishop f4. Putting the bishop on the h2 b8 diagonal and threatening the rook if the knights move.
Yeah.
If the knight moves. Okay, now we are threatening maybe knight takes f7 with white. So
Yeah.
black has to move the rook, the b8 rook. So maybe rook c8. And
Yeah. Looks okay for black still, right?
yes, looks okay.
Queen d3. Are we threatening this classic idea here? Possibly.
And
Possibly.
yeah, the white light squared bishop is very strong. So maybe we can propose an exchange with black with bishop d5.
Yeah, I like this move a lot. I really like this move. And well,
We have to take, I think.
we have to take.
Maybe bishop b1. No.
Bishop b1.
With the ID knight g4.
Yeah, it's still dangerous, isn't it? There's still a lot of things going on here that you have to consider. So it is dangerous for sure. It is dangerous.
Okay, we will have a
Uh,
very nice game. It's very tricky.
Very tricky game. And it's actually the way to play against Vincent, I feel. He's very good in the drier positions and the classical technical endings. I think if you're
Mhm.
going to beat Vincent and you're the lower rated player, this is exactly the sort of position. Now, he can, of course, calculate well and he can do lots of things. But uh, yeah, he's definitely feels more at home, I would say, in classical dry positions. What about the Lamy game? We did get some action in it, and believe it or not, after h4, Lamy found another way to play this position with f5.
F5. Okay.
Makes a lot of sense. Cutting that diagonal makes a lot of sense. Gledora answered with bishop b5, hitting the knight. And I guess his idea is that he wants to provoke the move bishop b7 so that you can take, and if takes, here, and finally knight g5, and you might force this move. You might force it. You can go knight d8 though. That does exist. Looks a little scary, but maybe again maybe white just doesn't have enough here to make something work. Maybe. Difficult to say. Um,
Yes. Yes.
Very, very tough to say which one. Um, so that did happen. Bishop b7, knight takes d5 is on the board. I think you have to take with the queen. I don't think e takes d5 is possible. Although you are threatening d4, and you might force white to go d4 here. Again,
Are you sure? Is
tell
it
me.
a threat? D4 is a threat because you have your knight on c6.
Yeah. Okay, so let's say I played a
So
move. I don't know, rook c1, let's say.
rook c1. Okay. D4.
It's some kind of positional threat, I think. I think. Not
Yeah.
totally sure,
Yes.
but
Yes. Yes. Yeah, because if I take on d4, you can just take
exactly. You take on
with the
d4.
knight.
Well, I can take with the knight, and my king is very,
Is
very
weak,
weak. Yeah,
and the b7 bishop is very strong.
exactly.
Okay.
So
So,
we have a position here where, you know,
yeah, you have to make a decision. But I liked black position after queen take d5, even if white have uh, through threats, but it the white king is still in the center, and I love the b7 bishop. I think it's very straight, very strong. Do you remember earlier when you put the variation with knight takes d5, queen takes d5,
mhm.
knight g5, and knight d8?
Mhm.
This position is okay. I would prefer to play it with black.
Yeah, I also prefer black somehow. It feels like the sort of position I would uh, play with white often and lose against a good player. That's what it
Yeah,
feels like.
because little by little, black will just improve move by move their position, and after you they have the center, they have good bishops, and
Hmm.
I think that okay, we'll see if Lamy takes with the bishop or with the queen or with the pawn, but I think if he takes with the queen, um, the position can be improving, can be a little bit
Agreed.
better for black. I will prefer black.
Yep, totally
He will
agreed.
still have to find few moves, but
I don't think he's going to struggle in this position. Erwin is very, very accomplished, very, very good player in such positions. To be honest, very, very good player. In the Bartel game, we did get more or less what we were expecting. Queen a4 check, and interestingly, Bartel played bishop b5, which is really, really interesting. I guess the idea is that after bishop d7, he wants to go rook b1, and then does he have some idea here? Maybe just a castle, and if castle's queen g4, to wait for black to castle. Ah, there's some bishop d3 here as well that's winning. Ah, this is cute
yes,
to show. Bishop d3, queen c7, and now you've got
bishop
your
takes.
magic. Yes,
Wow.
yes.
Yeah, and after king takes, queen h5 and knight g5, or maybe knight g5. Yeah, queen h4.
Queen h4 first, yeah, and knight g5. And yeah, le cadeau grec. Oui,
Grec?
grec, the Greek gift.
Really? You call it this way?
Yeah, what do you call it in French?
Oh, the h7 bishop sacrifice.
No, it's called the Greek gift.
No, we don't call it this. It's not.
No,
Yeah, in
really?
France, we change movies name. We
Oh,
we do whatever we want with names.
you really don't call it
No,
the Greek gift. That's interesting.
no,
Okay,
no.
interesting. Okay. Um,
Okay, so this is what would happen if black plays
yeah, if black plays like
like
this, yeah, which
normally,
is yes,
like you
but it's
just develop
difficult.
your pieces and castle.
The problem is, I think you have to go bishop d7 here because does white have some bishop a some ideas here, or bishop e3? Let's say he goes here straight away. Does this move exist, and is it dangerous?
Queen c5. Do we have a choice?
And now here you have to go back.
Yes.
Maybe this is actually a way to repeat for white, because I don't think
Yeah,
you want to take. That doesn't feel right to me. That does not feel right to me at all.
Mm.
But
maybe you don't. You can play maybe bishop d6 instead of taking the knight on e7. Maybe you can just castle. I don't know.
Yeah, I think castles is probably the right way. But again, you're kind of you've got a similar position to what we just looked at.
Okay, but the bishop on b4 is a little bit weird. We don't want it. We don't want the bishop to be on b4. We want to be able to translate the queen on the fourth rank. So maybe you bishop a5, bishop b4 is not what you want to play with white. If you don't get any advantage playing it.
Yeah, we did get the normal line though, bishop b7, rook b1. We did get
Okay,
that, which is not a surprise at all.
Yes, it's logical. So
yeah, indeed. So rook b1, and yeah, we could get something very similar to what we looked at, something like queen c7 castles, knight e7, and rook c1 or queen g4, and I like this for white. Lots of play, lots of compensation. But Vinicius Finnick, very, very quiet so far. Looks as though Finnick has got a perfectly fine version of this position here. Perfectly fine.
Yeah, this is a well-known position. It's the Carlsbad pawn structure. Is that
exactly?
And so here white wants to play with f3 e4, I think.
Mm-hmm. Yes, for sure.
Okay.
For sure. Um, and here, interesting one. Yeah, I mean, I don't feel like White has got the ideal setup against this Carlsbad. I don't think he's got an ideal setup at all here. So I'm not impressed. Lamy did take on d5 with the queen, which I think is
Okay,
fine.
good.
And bishop c4 was played, and Lamy will now put the queen on d6 or d7. Not clear. d6 feels a bit better to me, somehow.
Yes. Yes,
D6 feels
you
a bit better.
you
Yeah.
prevent all tricks with in the white squares with the king and the queen, and you how to say, you help the push e6 e5 after playing
Yes.
king
King
h8.
h8. You can do, yeah. You just have this control over e5, which I think is a very, very good thing to have in general. Very, very good thing to have. So this is a very, very interesting position. Who would you take here in a real game, Natasha, and why?
I think I would take black
You would
because
take black.
I would take black because I have even if the b2 bishop, the white bishops are very strong, but I think that you can improve little by little your position. If you
Wow.
manage to
Okay.
push e6, e5, put rooks on the d file, maybe you can play for a win, I think.
Mm-hmm.
I prefer black.
Okay.
And you?
Interesting. Yeah, not entirely sure. Probably black as well in my age. Maybe if you asked me 10 years ago, I would take white, but um, with my maturity now, I would probably take black. I would probably take black.
But I thought you were an attacking chess player.
I am, but I'm mature now.
You're mature.
Yeah, I'm mature now, so it's yeah.
So you're beginning a positional chess player.
I'm beginning to be a positional chess player, exactly. Exactly. Yeah. Very, very interesting position. I think this might be actually a good moment for us, Natasha, just to take a quick break.
Okay.
We all the games are in progress. Oh, sorry, we've had one draw, excuse me, in the challenges. No big news at the moment in the rest of the games. We do have some exciting games though, so I do expect some decisive chess today. So we're going to take a very short break. We'll be back in a few minutes for round 2 of today's action. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. See you soon.
My name is Karel Janeček. I am a mathematician and social innovator. For more than 12 years, I have been investing my energy to help society in various areas such as education, the science, art, sports, the fight against corruption, increasing public participation, as well as improving democratic processes. We are now at the crossroads of history, and my aim is to help our society to successfully face the critical challenges of our civilization. In 2013, I invented a revolutionary voting system D21 to bring consensus to our decisions. With the D21 system, we will have the opportunity to elect better politicians and prevent the polarization of society. Since 2016, D21 has been used in various participatory processes around the world, such as participatory budgeting in New York City and a big number of urban and city planning projects in the Czech Republic, France, Scotland, Tunisia, and India. The revolutionary D21 method has also been used in Czech, Slovak, Tunisian, or Zambian schools to teach democracy in a fun way and gives children a voice in what is important to them in the school environment. D21 applied to parliamentary or presidential elections will produce more consensual results, reducing populism and extremism. Small parties and independent candidates will gain space. This electoral method will produce positive campaigns and will not divide voters into opposing camps, which currently is a huge problem in elections around the world that use single vote systems such as first past the post. D21 is the key to finding consensus, and its wide adoption for political actions will heal our democracies. How does it work? Here is a small demonstration. The Janeček method D21 is a modern voting system. Standard polls only grant you one vote. This system works with more options, using positive and also possibly negative votes, which allow you to express your opinion with more precision. This way you don't have to vote for a lesser evil. You are free to select options to support and those who you strongly dislike. Such polls can work in politics, municipalities, companies, and even among friends. Let's take a look at a practical example. Citizens want to decide what the city's budget should be used for. It could be a cycling trail, a park, apartment blocks, a firehouse, or a VIP parking lot. When every citizen has only one vote, the VIP parking lot wins. This is because an organized minority can easily outvote the others. If every citizen had 2 votes instead, they might agree on the residential development. At the same time, the negative vote would reveal a controversial choice, in this case, the VIP parking lot. Janeček method D21 finds consensus, the solution with which more citizens are satisfied. Try out this modern voting system and upgrade the way you vote at www.participate21.cz. You can right now, voting each day for the best chess games at the Prague Chess Festival. Simply go to www.praguechessfestival.cz/voting. Karel Janeček, proud partner of Prague Chess Festival. My name is Karel Janeček, and I am a mathematician and a social innovator. When I was a kid, I played chess competitively and loved strategic card games. I may have been a mathematician since birth, at least as far as I can remember. For more than 12 years, I have been investing my energy to help society in various areas such as education, the science, art, sports, the fight against corruption, increasing public participation, as well as improving democratic processes. We are now at the crossroads of history, and my aim is to help our society to successfully face the critical challenges of our civilization. In 2013, I invented a revolutionary voting system D21 to bring consensus to our decisions. With the D21 system, we will have the opportunity to elect better politicians and prevent the polarization of society. D21 is the key to saving democracy, and its implementation for political elections is absolutely crucial. Another innovative product we developed together with scientists from the Science 21 Foundation is the revolutionary mathematics game Mateso. I believe that Mateso will enable children from all over the world to learn mathematics in a fun way and help them develop critical thinking, a crucial skill in today's turbulent times of omnipresent information and misinformation. That is why we came up with the innovative board game Mateso, which brings mathematics closer to all age groups in a fun way. By playing Mateso, preschool children subconsciously gain knowledge of key information about the structure of the number system without having to know any number or perform a single calculation. Namely, the game includes a multiplication table, prime numbers, factorials, Fibonacci numbers, and the concept of zero. By playing this game, a so-called backbone algorithmic system is created in a very entertaining way. It is a natural consequence of certainty in all basic mathematical operations. With Mateso, starting primary school mathematics would no longer be scary. It will change into a fun subject. For school-age children and teenagers, this game has a similar effect. However, the activation rate of the backbone algorithmic system is inversely proportional to the age and the level of dislike of mathematics that individuals acquired during the classical educational process. For adults, this game is not only a way to teach their children the necessary basics in mathematics, but also an opportunity to find their own acquired blockages in this field and gradually get rid of them. Mathematics is all around us, and it is beautiful. However, its beauty is easy to overlook if we don't know how to look. Mateso is the way to learn it. Karel Janeček, proud partner of Prague International Chess Festival.
All right, everybody, welcome back. This is live coverage of round 2 of the Prague Chess Festival 2023. We have had one result so far in the challenges. That was a draw. It was clear that Motilev and Vikok were not in the mood for playing, so an early repetition. The rest of the games are still in play, though, and we have a lot of exciting games. Natasha Ben-Mesbah is here, of course. Natasha, we are going to go straight to the game that we were discussing in the break, which is the game between the local player Nguyen and Vincent Kaymer. What surprised? Tell everybody what surprised you here in this position.
Yeah, I was very surprised because Nguyen is still in his preparation. They played 24th move, and maybe he's starting to think now, maybe this is the end of his prep. But everything was planned. Everything was planned, and I think Kaymer did well. He's out of trouble right now, but
It
he
seems
had,
that way, yes.
yeah, he had to be very precise.
Indeed.
So now the position seems equal. I think black is out of trouble, and so it should go. Even if white has the 2 bishops, so maybe it's not so easy yet. But I think it will go to a draw. What do you
You
think,
think it'll be a
Lawrence?
draw? I think it'll probably be a draw, but I think black is totally fine, and I don't think the 2 bishops play a big part here because this bishop isn't really doing anything, and also you have some problems with the queen here. For example, where should this queen go? If you put it on e5, let's say, white, you can just take and get active now with the rook. I see no reason why white is better here. You always have ideas of bishop d5, and a lot of these rook endgames will be a draw, no question about it. A lot of these rook endgames absolutely will be a draw. So that just does not look very how to say appealing. And where else do you put the queen? If you put it somewhere on b6, have I got knight d5 here, for example? In the worst case, I can play this move, right? Attacking the queen and rook. And if you take, I can even take with the bishop or with the rook here. Why not? Opposite color bishops, you can't bring the rook somewhere decent. You can't bring it to one of these squares. So I think that Kaymer has completely solved all of his problems. And yeah, I actually expect there to be an ending quite soon. And this time for the position actually to end in a draw, to be honest. I believe that this is a position which doesn't have too much life.
Okay, so you think it's an easy draw for black?
I think so. I don't think Vincent is going to have any serious problems here. Same for Ray Robson. I mean, you can't ask for a better position here as black. You have no problems after bishop takes f3, bishop e6 for black. White's opening try has been a big failure, actually, for Hari Krishna. He really got 0 from this opening. You know, in fact, you might even prefer black here. Maybe I prefer, because this bishop is just hitting a brick wall. There are always ideas of f5. There are ideas of queen b4. There are many ways to play this position for black. So I think black is doing fine there. And I think black is doing fine here also in the Martirosian game. But it's been very interesting, Gelfan's latest maneuver. He's gone knight e1, and I'm wondering, does he want to put a knight on c5 here? And the answer is probably yes, he does. The answer is probably yes, he does. But when the knight does go to d3, the question is, do you take it? So, for example, let's say white played knight d3 here. Is this an option, or does this give white too much counterplay? Oops, sorry, rook a8. I'm not sure. Because, okay, bishop c2, g6. I'm putting my knight on c4. Where are the rest of white's attacking pieces? That's the question. Where are the rest of white's attacking pieces?
Maybe we can try something with h4, h5. and try to bring the rook e1, rook e3. You prefer to go on f1?
No,
and
rook
play
e1. No, sorry, it was a
f4?
mouse slip. Yeah, rook e1.
Okay.
But I'm going knight c4, right? I'm stopping rook e3. That's the point.
Yeah, the knight is too strong. And okay, maybe I can try queen g3. No.
King
nothing
g7.
else.
Nothing for white here. This is really nothing. And in fact, you have to be careful because, again, these are the weaknesses here. And I would be not happy here with white. You need another minor piece in these positions.
And black, sorry, I was going to say that black was doing great, putting all the pawns on white squares, blocking the white bishop.
Exactly.
And this is how you play against the bishop.
Exactly. So, you know, I think this is a really, really how to call it. Well, I don't even know the word I'm looking for. I think it's an overrated position, basically.
For white?
Yeah, it looks better. It looks better than it actually is. It looks better than it actually is.
Yeah, I understand what you mean.
Yeah. So, okay. So no big news there. So the question is, where is white actually doing very, very well?
Maybe we can have a look on the challengers.
That's what I'm looking at now. And it's this
Great.
Bartel game. This is the one that really interests me this round. We got exactly what we were looking at, rook b1, knight g7 castles. And now Stalmack actually decided to go back to d8 first with the queen. The reason he does this is because we discussed castles, bishop d3, and then this fantastic concept of the Greek gift. You don't call it that, but we call it that in English. So Stalmack decided to come back to d8 with the queen. And now the queen comes over to g4 anyway, harassing this pawn. Classic idea. And now Stalmack decided to put the knight on f5, after which Bartel very logically now plays bishop d3. And I'm asking, how are you supposed to play this position with black? Because I'm threatening bishop takes f5 and queen takes g7. And I am just not sure that you have a clear move here. Is Stalmack's idea to play the move h5? That's what I want to know. Is Stalmack's idea to play the move h5?
I can play queen h3.
Okay.
And if we protect the b7 pawn, maybe rook b8.
b6. Yeah.
b6 you want to play?
I think b6, yeah. But now the g5 square is always available. So like, even if I play slow, where do you put your king? Where does the black king actually go in this position? I have no idea where this black king goes. No, I don't like it for black. I think practically speaking, this position, and you're your lower rated player, I really think Bartel has got a huge chance in this game. Very difficult. He did go h5. He did go h5.
Was queen d8 not precise, sure. Or knight f5?
The whole opening is you just need to know it very, very well. This idea of winning the pawn, you just need to know it very, very well. So
okay, I think he will play queen h3. It's logical.
Yeah, he'll play queen h3. There are other moves. Queen f4 does exist as well, of course. I mean, there are a lot of moves that exist here, of course. There are. Queen f4 and so on. Lots of moves do exist.
Yeah, but maybe after queen a4, maybe you can short castle with black. No. You're not threatening h5 pawn anymore.
Really?
I don't know if that's possible, but...
It looks so loose to do this. There's b7 is hanging. Do you want to defend b7 first?
Yes, I will.
You do want to defend b7?
Yeah, I will. b6. Okay, let's play b6.
You want to play b6. Yeah, it's possible. Okay, let's say I play a neutral move, rook fe1,
And now castle.
and now castle. Yeah? Oof. You're a brave woman. Brave woman. I would hate this position. Queen g3, threatening bishop h6. I would really not. I would not be sure here at all about this position. For
Maybe
black.
knight e7.
Bishop h6, knight g6. Is that your idea? Maybe now I can. Yeah, maybe. But there's something. I have the square on d4 for the knight, right?
Yeah, you're right. You're right. It's still a plus, a big plus for white.
Exactly. Big plus. And I don't know. He did play queen h3. So now what should black play? b6. Okay, let's try this one here. b6. Now what is the question?
It's not easy for white to find a good plan. Even if you feel that they're a little bit better, they're pressing black position, but it's not easy to
No,
find out
it's
the
absolutely
right
not.
plan in this position.
It's absolutely not easy. It's really not easy.
Maybe rook fd1. So when you take on f5, you can put some pressure on the d5
Yeah.
pawn.
Or bishop g5.
Maybe we can try.
Bishop g5,
Yeah, maybe
rook fd1.
bishop
Lots of
g5
moves.
and rook d1, maybe.
Lots of ideas here. Lots and lots of ideas. Um,
Is it good to take on f5?
I think at some point you can take on f5 here. I think it's reasonable to take on f5 basically. Um,
Okay, we can have a look on
let's
another
look.
game.
Let's look at another game exactly. We haven't really looked at the Finnick game for a while. It seems as though white did break in the center. Now, in general, this is something you do want to do with white, of course. This is
Okay,
natural.
they didn't play with f3. They went directly with e4. So,
Exactly.
okay.
So, very, very, again, interesting position. It's a bit awkward at the moment because this is a threat, but the knight does protect here. So something looks kind of ridiculous to play this move. But your knight is protecting here, and you do get to trade a lot of pieces. And I think that's what black wants to do. I think black does want to trade a lot of pieces here for sure.
Yeah, and then try to play against the Isolani pawn.
Exactly.
Yeah, so knight f6 makes a lot of sense in this position. And you open your c8 bishop. You open your bishop, so...
Yeah, I like it.
Knight f6, yes. Good idea. Good move.
Absolutely.
And he played it. Perfect.
Yeah, he did play it. Well done. That is very, very nice. Very, very nice. Okay, so knight f6. Yeah. I think black is still fine here, basically. I don't see a way for white to...
Does white have to take on f6 and try to play d5 very quickly to exchange the
Yeah,
d4 pawn,
but
which is
let's
their
say
only
something like
weakness?
this on d5. I don't like it though. I really don't like it. I really don't like it.
To play
Um,
d5? You don't like d5?
no, I think it's fine, but I just don't see I don't see where the I don't see where the advantage is here for white, if any.
Yeah, I think there's no advantage.
Okay.
And if they want to play for I think that after knight f6, black is completely okay. And if you keep your d4 pawn, maybe it's black playing for something.
Mm-hmm.
So you just get rid of your weakness and maybe it will end with a draw, I guess.
Could do, yeah. Again, it's not easy, is it, really, to play this position? I think Finnick, you're right. I think he's going to do just fine. What about Pishak? Oh, we do have one of those opposite color bishop positions, but again, it looks kind of good here, no?
For white?
Yeah, for white, I would say it looks kind of good. But again, probably black isn't doing too badly because I don't really see how to make big progress here. If I take, I think you have to take with the rook. If you take with the pawn, I think you allow this. And this looks a little bit tricky. Just a little bit tricky. Yeah, I'm not sure about this one, actually. I'm really not sure about this one.
I think it's taking risks with white.
Yeah, it's
Giving
kind of,
black counterplay.
yeah, it's kind of taking some risks that I just don't think is really necessary. Yeah. I have a feeling that, yeah, if you take on f5, you actually have to take with the rook. And now when you take with the rook, how are you supposed to make serious progress? I mean, this pawn can be defended. Like if I go here and you drop the bishop back, maybe there's a little bit of pressure here. Maybe that's why Peshak is thinking he doesn't want to give this pressure against the um, against this guy here. It's possible. It's very, very possible.
Yes.
So
you,
yeah, go on, tell me.
I was thinking what because white can, if you don't take, white can take on g6 and then they can play rook f5 with the same kind of position. So you can force this position with white.
You can. Actually, he played rook f8. He played rook f8.
Rook f8. Okay.
He played rook f8.
Yeah, so he wants to exchange all pieces.
Yeah, he wants to exchange all the
rooks.
pieces. Yeah, he wants to exchange all the pieces. Looks like a good move to me. Rook f8 looks like a very sensible move. Yeah, I think we're going to get a draw there. I really don't see anything. This is the game, Natasha, that I think is the most interesting
g6.
somehow. Yeah.
Okay, Queen d1 is very interesting.
Yes, have a look.
The idea to play.
We just checked the. So we saw bishop c4, queen here, knight g5,
Knight d8.
knight d8, and now
Queen d1 with the idea
queen
to transfer
d1.
the queen to h5
Queen d1.
and keep pressure on the h7 pawn and the black king. Okay, that's
looks interesting, no?
yes.
Looks very interesting.
Okay, and on g6, wait. The problem is I would like to play h5 with white, but the problem is my knight on g5 is not protected.
Mm-hmm. Correct.
So f4 is an option after g6.
So hold
f4.
on, sorry. Which move? So G6. You want you?
G6.
He played
He
G6.
played
Excuse me.
g6. Yes.
Right. Yes. He actually
So
played G6 here.
I was thinking that in this kind of position, I would like to play h5 with white to open the h file with a a1 h8 diagonal, but my problem is that my knight on g5 is not protected.
Right.
So I was thinking that maybe f4 is a good option
Oh, I
to
see. And you want
control
to. Mm-hmm.
e5 square
I love this move.
and threatening maybe some h5 move.
I love
But
this move.
maybe black can play bishop f6 or something like this. I'm not even considering moves like bishop take g2 because it would be.
I love this move. I really do.
Yeah, this is your positional
No,
maturity.
because I mean, if you take on G2, I go like Rook H2, and then you come back probably to D5 to challenge this
d5,
bishop.
yes.
But you are close here to. You are close. You're very, very close. You're very, very close.
Yeah, I think earlier when I said that I would play this position with black, I didn't feel the risk, like how the position was, how to say,
I understand.
dangerous for black. I didn't. We didn't talk about this idea with queen d1 forcing g6, and then suddenly it's much easier for white to attack. It gives good attacking chances.
I agree.
For white.
I really
And
agree.
the position is a bit weird because the king is staying in the center, so it's it's not an usual position. We can say
yes, it's not a usual. It's an unusual position. You're absolutely right.
Yes.
It's an unusual position, totally unusual. Well, let's see. I mean, there are probably other options here as well for white, but I am a big fan of your f4 move. I'm a big fan of f4. Really, I think this is an extremely interesting idea, actually. Very, very interesting idea. I mean, the move castles is ridiculous, right? Should we just get that clear that this move here, castles, is a really ridiculous move? Because who castles in this position, right? Right? Who actually castles here?
Yeah, you don't. Yes. Yeah, I don't know who.
Right? It's just not in the spirit of the position, even though it might be a good move. Is it the sort of move? No, and Glitter does play f4. Well done, Natasha. He does play f4. He plays in the spirit of the position. Yeah, I like this very much. I like this very, very much. Very, very much. Well done. Really nice work. Yeah, so, this is... Yes, tell me.
I was thinking, if you don't take on g2, what should you play with black? Because you have no... I think white seems to be okay. You cannot move your knight on d8. The king... I was thinking maybe you can try to escape the pin on the a2 g8 diagonal, but you have no squares for your king. And so how do you manage to...
It's a good question. It's a very good question that I have no answer to at this stage.
I think you want to play bishop d5 with black.
In this exact position here, without taking the pawn?
I don't know. Because if you play it, I mean, right now, maybe... Is there a difference if you play it now without taking the pawn? Okay, you're not... There's
well,
tactics,
yeah, you just give... So hold on, there's a queen g. This is... because I was looking at h5. Then I was like, if he takes, maybe you can take here. Maybe you can take here, because I thought originally, you could take on g5, but then queen g3 check looks very,
Oh,
very serious.
counterplay. Yeah, and now
Yeah,
the king in the center is a problem for white.
yeah, I don't like this at all. I don't like this at all.
Okay, so the idea of taking on g2 is to put the rook on h2, so you
Yeah,
cannot play h5 because
for
after
example. For
bishop
example.
take g2, rook
Yeah.
h2, bishop d5, and here h5 is not possible because the f4 pawn is pinned.
Unless after h5, bishop takes g5, you can take here.
Maybe I can play h6 in this position. No.
H6.
Or
I've
maybe I
also
can
got
take
bishop e5. I've got bishop
bishop
e5.
e5. Oh,
So
right.
h6, bishop e5. I've also got
Uh,
queen h5.
queen h5.
Just full attack.
Oh, queen. Oh, wait, you're threatening. Queen takes bishop g5 and then
Yes.
rook h8
Beautiful.
checkmate.
Let's show
Wow.
that. So here we can actually take. That's beautiful. That is a beautiful checkmate. And for sure, Gledora is thinking about all of these things at the moment. For sure, Gledora is really, really saying, okay, this is all of these
But
ideas are going through his mind.
but maybe after pawn take g6, I just can take with black on g6 because there's no checkmate. Remember,
So
h5,
here,
bishop
yeah,
take
takes, yeah,
g5.
yeah.
I can take because after rook h8, I can
Oh,
escape
you want
from
to just take. So
f7
now I
square.
have to go bishop e5. That's clear.
Okay.
Now I have to go bishop e5 to kick you away,
Okay.
right? So
Yes.
now I go bishop e5 to kick you away.
Okay, I have only one square. I
Queen
have no
d7.
choice.
Oh no,
No.
sorry, c6, because d7 you
Yes.
run into this tactic, right? Very
Yes.
nice. Very good. Okay, so queen c6. Okay.
Okay.
Now I take back.
And here, can I play knight f7?
Bishop f6, I guess. My problem with white, the problem I have here with white is I really want, if my queen was on e2 or something like that, I would be so happy because I could castle long and I just have a bit more flexibility here. Do you know what I mean?
Yes.
I have
Yes.
a lot more flexibility actually in this position here, a lot more. So that's my problem with this position here.
So black has to be very careful, like not to let white to play queen e2, queen f2, castle, and queen h4. So maybe they can play queen d6, trying to play against the white king.
Queen d6
Yes,
could
threatening
very
the
well
rook,
be. Yeah.
planning to play queen g3 check. And because the only problem for white is their king.
Mm-hmm.
The king, they didn't castle. So
You're right. It's still a bit awkward. I can go queen e2 though, right? I can do something like this, for example.
yeah, but then if I can I
It's just very unclear, isn't it? It's
maybe I
just
can take
very,
on
very
no,
unclear.
no, it's not. Yes, it's right. It's very complex position,
Very
of
complex.
course.
I mean, we're going to enjoy watching this one for sure. This one we're really going to enjoy watching.
That's very nice. We
Very,
have
very nice.
it's very very nice.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let's see other games.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's see here what we've got. So where have there been some big moves? We haven't really looked at Dayak against Shankland almost at all.
Oh no, yeah, you're right.
Like we've almost completely missed it. We last saw it around this area, and look, Natasha, Sam did play this move, the Breyer move.
Yeah, knight b8.
Yeah, repositioning this knight. AB takes, rook e1, knight bd7. Looks completely reasonable. And now b4 also looks completely reasonable.
So now all pieces for black are ready to support the push d6, d5, I think. e5 pawn.
Yeah,
The
so
e5 pawn is under protection with the knight on
I
d7
like it.
and the rook on e8.
Bishop
So
f8, look at this move.
yeah, because I think the
He wants
bishop
to
on
go
g7
c5.
is blocked by the e5 pawn, so he's trying to find a job somewhere else. And maybe he's
Exactly.
also threatening moves like maybe d4. I don't know. Maybe it could be some ideas.
Yeah, could be. Could very well be. Yeah. Okay, so what did we have? So we ended up having, so he went bishop f8. There was some movement over here. So queen a2, queen b8. And then there was a trade on the a file, and we have this position here. I mean, I think white is okay, but I would definitely take black here. 100%. 100% I would take black here. I really like it for black, this position. I really do.
Yeah. I agree with you, yes. The queen on a3 is annoying.
Yes.
Like you see you played you have c3, d3, which
Yes.
can be weakness. So just to say, like, white black cannot take on e4. Like pawn takes, for example.
Oh no, well,
knight
black.
takes.
Well, probably knight takes. Yeah.
And pawn, and on bishop takes e4. Because if queen takes, you have the b3 bishop hanging. I think that here white can play bishop take s7.
Yeah, and knight g5 important.
Yes.
This is really the move. Agreed. I think this is, definitely better for white. So you can't play like this. It feels fine for white. I mean, it feels like maybe black is slightly better because the queen is active, but it's not much. Again, expecting peace, to be honest. Wang Hao Navarra, again, another Carlsbad with a knight on d6.
Yeah.
But, not in love with it either. I think it's just fine for black. I haven't seen, there's only one position for white that I really like in this whole game, and that's the one on in the Bartel game. But look at this. We do have some action here. What happened in the Martirosian game? So he went with a5 first rather than knight d3, and now he put the knight on d3. This, of course, makes a lot of sense.
Yes.
But queen d8, and this is what Martirosian had. He basically wins this pawn by force and forces this. And after knight takes a6, look, Martirosian can take on b3 here. Take, and after rook takes a6, queen c7, no problems here at all for black. The weakness on a7 is offset by the weakness on c3.
But don't you think that black wants to keep the knight? Like the unbalanced position, knight against bishop?
It's possible, actually. He's probably contemplating it. Yeah, this is not ridiculous at all. Claiming that if you now move the bishop, I can play here, and once again, I have the knight coming to c4. I think this is very reasonable. Very, very reasonable. Yes, absolutely.
But now maybe I can try to attack with black, with white, sorry.
Again, we kind of looked at these positions, didn't we? And we just came to the conclusion that when the knight gets to c4, there is no attack. That's the problem. There really just is no attack here. That's the big problem.
Yeah, okay.
You know?
Okay, yes.
So I think black is, Martirosian is fine. And of course, Robson, we've already been talking about, is more than fine here.
Yes, yes, yes. It's totally fine.
Robson is just more than fine. So, okay. So, where can we go where there's... Okay, we had some move in the Kmart game. Not many. So it was rook d8. He did go queen e3. And Kmart decided not to trade queens. I think trading queens is fine. I think this move is also fine. And queen c5. And now I've been told black has got a very, very, very good move. This one will be interesting for you. This one will be interesting for you.
I don't see any moves. Tell me, Lawrence, what is this move?
Play the move, pawn to b3.
B3, but you don't lose... Oh! Okay. Okay, that's... Yeah, and fork on b7.
It's... I mean, it's very interesting.
Okay, so you have maybe to take on f7 in this position. Bishop takes f7, check.
Bishop takes f7, check. Queen takes f7, king takes g2. And you are a pawn up, you're right. You are a pawn up here. This is true.
Yeah, but the couple queen and knight can be very dangerous.
It can,
as if they were dancing together. It's a very nice couple of pieces.
Mm-hmm.
And even if I am a pawn up, I don't like my king. My king is weak, so it should be okay for white, but it's... I wouldn't
be... The king
is
weak.
Very, very confident.
No, I would not at all. I would actually take black here, just so you know. I would take black in this position. Really, I would. I would take black in this position. I think this is a very, very dangerous position for white. I think that the open king here, queen g6, queen e4, there are knight e4s, queen b7s. No, this is absolutely not a position for me.
Yeah, and I think Vincent won't miss b3.
No, he'll see b3. No, of course. Of course he will see b3. Absolutely he sees b3 here. It's not even a question. Not even a question. So...
Yeah, but the question is, I think, okay, you sacrifice a pawn to have this 3 results position, or you keep the statu quo and you're almost sure to have a draw. What would you play?
So, what is the question? Sorry, if I have to...
The question is just like, imagine you have 20 minutes left, 13 moves, 14 moves to play, and you have to decide, do I sacrifice a pawn and then I can play a position? I'm a pawn down, but I can play for the win, for draw, or I can lose, or I keep this statu quo and it will be certainly a draw. What should I do?
I think that Vincent isn't going to think about time like that. I think he thinks he has a lot of time, and he's simply going to play what he thinks is objectively the best try. And I do believe that this is objectively the best try.
Do you think he's only playing for a win, and we'll see he will see what will happen? Do you think this is how he's thinking right now?
No, I don't think he's thinking about win, draw, or loss. I think he's just thinking about finding an accurate move here. Look, the pawn is on pre. and he played queen d7 to set this up. I'm almost sure he's going to find this move. I really am almost sure that he's going to find this move.
Okay. Yeah, because otherwise black can play, for example, queen c6. And or maybe it's if you exchange queens, maybe white bishops starts to be much stronger than
Yeah.
in the end game. Maybe
Yes.
it's a bit better for white. So maybe b3 is not a choice. You have to play it anyway.
It's very interesting. Regardless, it's very, very interesting. We'll see. We'll see.
Oh, look,
Yes.
let me. It's the game Gledura against Lamy. Let's have a look.
Lamy. Oh wow, he did take a. So we're still in the, you know, in the main sort of you know, variation, right? So he will go rook h2 because there is no other logical move here, basically, in my opinion.
Okay, so rook h2, bishop d5. I think they are the best moves.
Yeah.
And then
Bishop d5.
Bishop e5 is possible.
Yeah, bishop
right
e5
now.
straight away is also possible. Queen c6 and h5. This is basically what we were looking at, right?
It's not the same move order, so maybe I was wondering if it would be a difference. Okay,
No,
okay,
I think I think we transpose. No, Natasha, I think we transpose simply. I think it's just a direct transposition, and this is where we have bishop takes g5, h takes g6, with a complete mess. And I fully expect to see this position. By the way, I fully expect to see this position. Fully expect to see this position, because what every single move is very logical, right? Queen c6, h5. You have to take on g5, and you have to take on g6. Oh no, that's not true. I can take on g5 here, right? I can do this.
Can.
Sorry, I can do this. I'm just going slightly crazy.
But it will transpose, I think, after knight f7.
Right. Knight f7, bishop f6, and then queen d6. Your move, queen e2, takes and takes. This kind of. I mean, it's close. You know, it's close. It's close. It's very, very close.
Yes.
And
just a question: if you play for, like, as we were saying, when you play bishop e5, if the queen goes to d7, is it a mistake in this position to play queen d7?
Good question. Is it a mistake?
Maybe yes. Maybe if you play h5 now, you can't take
on
the
g5
knight
because of h takes g6.
Yes.
And this is very different now, no? Somehow. Yeah, you're probably right. Probably queen d7 is wrong. Probably the only square is c6, actually. You're almost certainly right here. Yeah, you're almost certainly right here. Okay, well, that's going to be very interesting to watch. That's going to be very, very interesting to watch. Okay, so what else have we got going on? Well, this game, Akash against Peshak, you know, we have a opposite color bishop ending where I don't imagine Akash is going to be able to push here. Peshak is a very strong grandmaster. and I fully expect um,
A draw.
Peshak. Yeah, I fully expect Peshak to draw. We did have almost identically what we saw in this Paul Vinicius game, where more or less exactly what happened has happened,
Okay.
right? In the sense of we had that d5 push, so he went knight f6. In fact, we have the entire line takes d5 and bishop d7. We looked at this. We looked at this directly. So this also does not look too promising, to be honest.
Yeah,
Yes, please.
no, I'm saying I totally agree with you. It's white is exchanging their weakness, trying to exchange their weakness. So I think it will be it is already equal,
Totally equal.
totally
Totally
equal.
equal. The game that is not equal is this one here, and this is the one that I've been saying from the beginning. I think has got, where white has got the biggest chance, and the position has really improved. Let's see what happened, because it went h5, queen h3, queen c7, and rook fc1, knight e7. The computer hates this move. Now queen g3, hitting the pawn, forcing king f8. This is clearly a very, very, very bad move to have to play. And bishop b4. White finds a gorgeous outpost for this bishop on b4. This is not what you want to see. This is not what you want to see at all. This is bad news. This is bad news.
And no, it's not a threat. Maybe you're threatening to play bishop takes e7 too, because the c6 knight is pinned, and so you forced after bishop take e7 it has to take with the king,
yeah,
and maybe you have queen
yeah.
takes
It also
e7,
exists.
queen f6, and
exactly. And you can also take it anyway here, because now b7 is hanging. It's not ridiculous. I think the position is objectively really, really bad for
yes, for black.
for black. Yeah, regardless of what you do. Even this move, it wouldn't surprise me if this is just very good for white, with just long-term compensation, big
And
long compensation.
black are already in time trouble.
And black is in time trouble. Yeah,
Black is in trouble.
yeah, this is going to be a white win. I'm just almost sure of it. This could go anyway. I think all three results are very possible here. I think all three results are very, very possible in this position here. I really do. So we'll see.
Let's go to the challengers, to the masters. Sorry.
To the masters. Okay,
let's
where
have
do
a
you
look.
want to
Yes,
go?
the masters.
Yeah, which game do you want to look at? Oh, look, we have this
know.
exact position in Gelfand Martirosian. We have this exact ending, which I said I think is easy draw, because rook c7, rook c8. Oh, sorry, rook c7, rook c8, and you're targeting this pawn here, and this is catastrophe for for white. Basically, I think this is very, very bad. Very, very bad.
Black is targeting the c3 pawn, and white is targeting the a7 pawn. So it's I think it's equal. You will make you will push, I don't know, h3 or g3 for the king to have a safety square for your white king, and after you can put your rook on the a1 rook on a3, and I don't know how any camp can make progress.
Exactly.
The easy draw.
Looks very difficult. Looks very, very difficult. Okay. So let's go to another game. Also looks like an easy draw. This position here looks like a very, very easy draw, actually. This position here.
Yes.
Just nothing to really talk about. We have a equal position, equal material. We're going to get a bunch of trades, and I fully expect this position to be a draw. I expect this position to be a draw. I also expect this position to be a draw, Wang Hao, Navarra. I don't see any major issues here for
Black.
for black. And look at this. This is the one that is at least mildly interesting here, Natasha. We had exactly the idea that we were looking at. Pawn to 3, b3, bishop takes d3, and bishop takes g2. And all of a sudden, yes, we have this curious idea of winning the pawn back. And in fact, you kind of have to take on f7 because king takes g2, yes. Queen b7, allowing this king h2, queen takes b3 looks kind of ridiculous, actually, to me.
Yes, your king is just, the white king is just weak, and you have no compensation for it.
Precisely.
So you must take the f7 pawn so you can claim, okay, my king is weaker than yours, but I have.
It's not really though, right?
I am a pawn up, and I can find counterplay by pushing my queen side pawns and trying to make a queen. So how can okay, rook f8. I think it's the move you proposed earlier.
Yeah. So what would you do here with white? Let's say you had white. I know I'm giving you the hard positions, but what would you do here with white? What moves come to mind here?
Okay, I know that. Okay. Wait, am I threatening something like queen b7 with black and then
queen takes b2? Yeah.
Could I play, instead of playing rook f8, queen b7 and take the b2 pawn, or is it's too risky? Or
bishop e5 maybe. This is an
bishop
annoying
e5.
Move. This is maybe an annoying move.
So that's also the idea of rook f8.
Possibly, yes. Yes. I like rook f8. It kind of consolidates things, right? I really like it. I really like this move.
So if I play a move like bishop g3, now you can play queen b7 and take some b2. So I cannot play any moves. So maybe rook c1, queen b7. Maybe I can play queen c6. Is it
rook c1?
Rook c1, and if you play queen b7, check. Yeah, yes. Queen c6.
And now queen c6 you want to play. Okay. Very possible.
And if you take on b2, I take in a6.
Yeah. Yeah, this is okay. You've got to be careful again that there's not some tactic here, but it looks like you're right, that there won't be something here, probably.
Yeah. Yes. Okay, knight h5.
Knight h5. If I go here. You have rook takes f2. You have rook takes f2 and queen takes.
Okay. Okay, but wait, maybe before playing bishop e3, I can play queen c4 check. Yeah, your king, yes.
Nice.
Queen c4 check first.
Yes.
And then.
And now bishop e3.
Bishop e3.
Mm-hmm. Very good. Very, very good, Natasha. Very, very good.
Okay, so after rook f8, I'm threatening queen b7. So white plays rook c1.
Rook c1, yeah.
And so what should I do with black? Knight
e4.
knight e4, yes. Here bishop. Oh yeah, queen c4, because if queen takes, rook
Whoa!
takes,
And rook takes f4 and f3?
Yes.
Oh my goodness.
Knight is pinned.
Holy cow. That's some serious calculation there. That's really good. And in fact, I have to take here, no?
You have to take here.
Yeah.
Oh.
Knight d2 check. And if check,
Okay.
I have check.
Wow.
Yeah, and after this, we have a drawn rook and pawn in game. Easy
Yes.
draw. Easy draw. Wow, that's very impressive. That's very, very impressive.
Black has a better move than knight e4 after rook c1.
Well, possibly, but I think we're going a bit down the rabbit hole as well there. So they're still on bishop takes g2.
It was so interesting, so I'm sorry.
Yes. No, absolutely.
It's
no,
very interesting.
It's very, very interesting.
It may happen.
It could happen.
Game, actually.
It really could happen.
It could happen.
It really could. I'm very curious to see how this all.
Okay, here you have no choice with white. If you
probably,
don't play
yeah. Probably you don't have any choice.
f7, so.
Yes.
Okay, let's see. Let's see other games.
Okay, where do you want to go to next?
Let's go to the challengers. Yeah.
Okay, Alami has played bishop d5, so that much we know. So bishop d5 is on the board.
Wait, no, he took first on g5.
G2, rook 8. Ah, sorry, you're right. Excuse me. There was. So rook h2 takes. You're right. Rook h2 takes. Wow. So he took. Very committal decision. Very, very committal decision to do this.
Okay, now you have the choice. Okay, so the h file is weak, and you have the diagonal a1, h8.
Yeah, so a move like queen c2.
Yeah, so you have to choose. Do I go on c3 with my queen, trying to play on this? Yeah, it's better than. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, because if you go for the h file, maybe they can just play like rook f7 and everything is under protection. Okay, yeah, so queen c3.
So queen c2.
What do you... Sorry, queen c2.
Yeah, so queen c2. And now what do you do? Now what do you do? I really don't know, because queen c3 just looks like such a mega threat to me. It looks like a mega threat to me.
Okay, maybe I can take on c4 first. Okay, you take with the queen. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And my idea is when you play queen c3, maybe I can play e5 or something like this. And if you take with the pawn, I can play queen e6, then knight f7, and maybe. I'm sorry, I'm being under attack.
No, I understand what you're saying.
Wait a second.
But I can always take with the queen now on e5. No. right? I can always take with the queen, I thought.
Yeah, but if I exchange, maybe I can exchange queen. And 1, 2, 6, 6. Okay, you sacrifice. You sacrifice a pawn with white.
Mm-hmm.
So I can give you a pawn
It back,
to
but I think
control
like
your attack.
just to like show if you do something like this,
I just take, and I think this
and
is.
this is okay for black, right? Because
No, I
you can
think your
protect.
attack is. Yes, and your attack
Mhm.
is finished.
Yeah, could
It's
be. Yeah,
completely controlled.
could
Yeah.
be. Could be. Okay, so queen c2 played, bishop takes c4 on the board. Bishop takes c2 on the board.
Maybe I can play bishop queen c3 now.
Before taking the bishop back.
Yeah, because
Wow.
I'm threatening checkmate. And
Oh my
on
goodness,
e5,
that's beautiful.
I play queen
That's
takes c4 check. I don't know if it changed something, but
really beautiful.
or maybe it's just a transposition because after e5, queens take
But now I can
c4,
take on c4 check. Ah,
queen
and we have
e6.
some, yeah,
Yeah,
something very similar.
yes.
Yeah. But I will say, I don't think that, um, I don't think that white is worse here. I don't think the bishop is worse than the knight. But I don't see a way for white to break through. That is true. I don't see it. I don't see a way for white to break through here.
Mm.
Very, very difficult. Very, very difficult for white.
Yeah, it will be a draw. Another draw.
Yeah, probably another draw, unfortunately. Does look like that.
Okay, we had our game Bartel against Stalmach. Stalmash.
Let's go
Can we
back
have a
there.
look on this game?
Yeah, yeah, let's go back there. Oh boy. Okay, so the rook has the bishop has found its way to d6, and the rook is now joining the action with rook b4, looking for this rook lift over to this square here. Very interesting. Very, very interesting. Um, oof. Difficult position for black. Really difficult. What do you do here? How do you stop rook f4? How do you stop anything here?
Queen a8.
Queen a8. Wow, what is that
That's
one?
so.
That's an ugly move.
Oh, what's the idea? You're telling me how to stop an attack on my king, on my black king, and I move my queen to the other side of the board.
That is a very, very,
That's okay. Okay, he's
yeah,
under time pressure. Um,
yes.
maybe we missed a threat for. Maybe white has had another threat. I don't know.
No, I don't think we missed it. I think the position is just very, very difficult. That's the truth. I think the position is just extremely, extremely difficult. Um, Incredibly difficult, actually. So, what do you do here with white? Okay, let's see your attacking skills here, Natasha. It's white to play
Okay,
here. What do you do?
so we said that the idea was to play rook f4. So let's have a look what happened after rook f4.
Rook f4. Okay, looks
Okay, let's try rook f4.
king g8. This is what he
King
wants to do.
g8. Okay.
Yeah.
And so how can I continue?
That's a really good question.
Oh, everything is under protection.
Yes.
Okay, so maybe that was his idea with with queen a8. Because
Yeah,
with the queen on c8, now I can take on on e7 twice.
Right. That's the idea. That has
Okay.
to be it. Yep. You're absolutely right. That has to be the idea. Very nicely done. Very, very nicely done.
Okay, so I think rook f4 is not the right move. Because I don't see... Maybe... Okay, let's have a look. Knight g5.
Instead of rook f4. Okay.
After king g8.
Oh, sorry.
Just,
Rook f4,
just
king
to
g8,
see
knight g5.
just one
Yeah.
move
Mm-hmm.
further. And maybe there is just rook... Knight f5. Knight f5.
Yeah. You stop all of my attack with this move. You really stop all of my attack with this move. Interesting. Very, very interesting.
So yeah, so maybe rook f4 is not the move.
It's true, yeah.
Okay,
Okay,
but
let's go
rook
back.
a8, look, queen a8
Queen a8.
looks very, very weird. So I feel that we have to
But-
punish black now.
Okay. So the question
But
is,
I don't know. I
how
don't
do
know.
we punish black? How do we punish black here? That's a serious question. How do we?
Well, I think we need your skills, Lawrence.
My skills.
Yes.
What skills? I don't
Your
have any
attacking
skills.
skills. Come on.
I don't have any skills. What skills do I have? I don't have any skills.
I heard that once you were a very dangerous attacking chess player.
Yeah, once, 20 years ago. Yeah, I don't know about this one, actually. I don't know. It's a difficult one, actually.
Okay, but now, okay, the knight is threatening knight take b4. Okay.
I'm trying to think of a good line here.
What are your candidates?
Well, so my candidate moves here are obviously rook f4. My rook is on pre. Then the problem is if rook f4, so rook f4 king g8 is annoying. So we need a move here. We need a move here.
Because if we don't have any move with white, queen a8 is the move.
Wow,
I mean,
queen a8
it is a very good defensive move.
Could be move of the round if it's very good. Could be move of the round. Really. Could be move of the round.
Okay, maybe we should let Bartal impress us.
Yeah, maybe. I can't see it clearly because rook f4 king j. I mean, does this move exist?
Rook c6?
Yeah, I know it's a ridiculous looking move, but I want to suggest it. I want to suggest rook c6.
Okay, I guess bishop takes c6?
Yeah, bishop takes c6 and now rook f4. And the difference is here you can't go king g8 because I take your knight and I win a whole piece. And
okay, that's very interesting. And I cannot move my rook e8. Okay, now white are threatening knight g5.
Exactly.
Okay. So what should I do with black?
That's a very good question.
Oh, look at the...
What? Oh, he played it.
Yeah,
beautiful.
Whoa.
Beautiful. He played it. That's really nice to see. He played it. That's very nice. Very, very nice.
Okay, so now Stalmak has 5 minutes to solve all his problems. 5 minutes and 17 moves to solve all his problems.
This is really an impossible task, in my opinion. This is really an impossible task for Stalmak, because okay, he has limited moves, right? So he can't take with the knight. So it's either pawn or bishop. I don't think it matters either way, because after this, there's just no moves here. How do you stop knight g5 next? You can't move the rook, you lose the knight. You can't move the king, you lose the knight.
Can I play something like queen c8, and on knight g5 I play f6 or f5, maybe
yeah,
f6
no,
or f5? Okay.
just
And
no
here,
surviving. Rook takes
if rook
knight
takes,
h7. Yeah,
and if pawn takes, you have knight h7
knight
again.
h7. I could probably even take and go knight h7.
Yeah, and this is completely.
It's going to be mate
Yeah,
somehow. The king has no protection here at all. Incredibly. Yeah, this
Okay,
is
so
just very, very difficult.
Rook takes c6.
Brilliant move. Move of the round.
I totally agree. It's even I mean
Brilliant
all the
move.
game, like the opening choice with
I love
the
it.
pawn sacrifice, the imbalanced position, everything was perfectly done for Mateusz Bartel.
Totally agree.
By Mateusz Bartel.
Yep.
Like a
Totally agree. Perfect game.
Yes.
Well done to Mateusz. Yeah, he will win that.
Maybe we can have a look on Lamy Gledura.
Yeah, Gledura against Lamy. And we have a position which is similar to what we had, except that the queens are still on the board here, which is very, very interesting. The queens are still on the board here, which has to...
I think it favors white.
Yeah, I would tend to agree. Probably does favor white because there's still the threat. So you probably just come back with the bishop to put the queen on c3.
And maybe one day you will think, maybe you will castle with white.
Mm-hmm.
Finally, you will manage to castle, bring the other rook to the...
Yeah, it's still dangerous for black, this position.
To the field.
It's still very dangerous for black, this position here. Very, very dangerous.
I think exchanging the queens was a better choice.
It was a big decision there. Yeah, I agree.
Okay, so maybe this game will also be not a draw. We'll see.
Yeah, we'll see. It's a close one for sure.
Okay.
It's a close one. Bishop b2 was played. Actually, I think, again, this is probably a good moment for us, Natasha, just to take a quick break before we get to move 40. The situation is pretty clear. Most of the positions are looking equal-ish, except a few, the Bartel game, this game here. So we still do have some very live games, let's call it. So what we're going to do is we're going to take a very short break, and we will be back in just a few minutes, where we're going to see the rest of the action before move 40, which is, of course, always the exciting part. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Super. Well done, Natasha. Some fantastic stuff there. Really, you really suggested some really good stuff. You really suggested some great stuff.
The games are very interesting.
The games are very interesting. This is true, yeah. Yes. Okay, I'm dying for the toilet. I'll be right back.
Okay.
My name is Karel Janicek, and I am a mathematician and a social innovator. When I was a kid, I played chess competitively and loved strategic card games. I may have been a mathematician since birth, at least as far as I can remember. For more than 12 years, I have been investing my energy to help society in various areas such as education, the science, art, sports, the fight against corruption, increasing public participation, as well as improving democratic processes. We are now at the crossroads of history, and my aim is to help our society to successfully face the critical challenges of our civilization. In 2013, I invented a revolutionary voting system D21 to bring consensus to our decisions. With the D21 system, we will have the opportunity to elect better politicians and prevent the polarization of society. D21 is the key to saving democracy, and its implementation for political elections is absolutely crucial. Another innovative product we developed together with scientists from the Science 21 Foundation is the revolutionary mathematics game Mateso. I believe that Mateso will enable children from all over the world to learn mathematics in a fun way and help them develop critical thinking, a crucial skill in today's turbulent times of omnipresent information and misinformation. That is why we came up with the innovative board game Mateso, which brings mathematics closer to all age groups in a fun way. By playing Mateso, preschool children subconsciously gain knowledge of key information about the structure of the number system without having to know any number or perform a single calculation. Namely, the game includes a multiplication table, prime numbers, factorials, Fibonacci numbers, and the concept of zero. By playing this game, a so-called backbone algorithmic system is created in a very entertaining way. It is a natural consequence of certainty in all basic mathematical operations. With Mateso, starting primary school mathematics would no longer be scary. It will change into a fun subject. For school-age children and teenagers, this game has a similar effect. However, the activation rate of the backbone algorithmic system is inversely proportional to the age and the level of dislike of mathematics that individuals acquired during the classical educational process. For adults, this game is not only a way to teach their children the necessary basics in mathematics, but also an opportunity to find their own acquired blockages in this field and gradually get rid of them. Mathematics is all around us, and it is beautiful. However, its beauty is easy to overlook if we don't know how to look. Mateso is the way to learn it. Karel Janicek, proud partner of Prague International Chess Festival.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to round 2 of this year's Prague International Chess Festival. We've still got tons of games going on in the Masters and the Challengers, and things are getting very, very exciting. There have been some results in the break. Bartel did finish Stalmack in exactly the way we thought. Beautiful finish, starting with this fantastic rook takes c6 sacrifice, after which b takes c6, rook f4. The queen came over to d8, but after knight g5 and f5, it actually finished exactly the way we looked at before the break, with this rook takes f6 and knight h7, with forced mate to follow. So that was not going to be Stalmack's day, that's for sure. Beautiful game there by Bartel. We still have got the Akash versus Pishak game going on. Looks as though that should be a draw, although, you know, Pishak with some work to do now that white has got two passed pawns here. It's absolutely not straightforward, this position whatsoever. This is not a straightforward position in the slightest. And
can you show us how Black managed to get this position? Can we see the last moves?
Yes. Where do you want to go to? So back here or something like this?
Yeah, somewhere back here.
Somewhere back here like this?
Okay.
Yeah.
So here can white play a move like bishop d8, for example, threatening bishop takes c7 and taking the bishop on h5.
So you want to go into a pure rook ending?
Yes, with my my h pawn, my passed pawn.
The answer is possibly yes. The problem is with these rook endings, the rook is in front of the pawn, and it's not ideal. And if I come behind, I'm very close to this h pawn, and I don't think that this is a realistic winning try for white. Maybe I can even play that better. I don't know, actually. Maybe I can play that better. I didn't do that. I didn't do that very well, I don't think, actually.
And instead, I'm thinking, instead of playing bishop d8, bishop e7 with the same idea, and if kings take e7, I can
bishop
play
e7.
Rook takes e5, and then
that's very nice.
Take the
bishop. This is a different story because the e5 pawn has left the building. Okay, so this is clearly a completely different story, right? Completely different. And yes, I kind of like this. Oh, and I've just seen it. We have a draw. Somehow,
okay.
we have a draw somehow.
Okay, let's have a look on the show us.
Position. He played rook d3 check and offered a draw. This was probably a very clever draw offer. This was probably a very, very clever draw offer, actually, by Peshak, understanding that even though there might not be any objectively serious danger, it's a bit of a it's very, very tricky. And why put yourself in a difficult position when the tournament is long? Your opponent is not, you know, much weaker. So there's no real reason to do this, basically. I think this is a very clever decision, actually. Very, very clever decision by Peshak. Rating points aren't everything, as we know in life. Rating points are not everything. So I think that this was a very, very clever decision by Peshak, and objectively the position is equal anyway. It's not, there's no point us really, I would say, analyzing this position too much, perhaps, because it just doesn't make sense to analyze this position too much.
Yeah, I agree. I agree.
Yeah, I would say that it just doesn't make sense.
Let's have a look on other games. I think
Okay. But yeah, good draw. Another position that's going to end in a draw is this one. Finek, the youngster, holding another very strong player, Paulius Puldnevicius. I think this position is absolutely fantastic uh, for black. No risk whatsoever. You've got the active rook. I expect that to be a draw. I think white cannot even push. Whoa, the only position that is exciting is this one. And look, Natasha, we have got action. And Lamy he should have played Queen E6. I really like this.
yes.
I really like this move. Yeah, I really like this move. I thought this was an excellent move. But Knight E6 on the board felt like a bad decision to me. This felt
Yes,
like a
and
bad decision.
with the queens on the board, the black kings remain very weak. And,
yeah, and what
white attack is very strong with this
exactly
monstrous bishop.
Exactly. And white does, in fact, in this position, get castled finally, which he's very relieved about. And now the long diagonal has to be challenged. He blocks. Now the rooks double. Rook f7, rook h6, threatening rook takes g6 and mate.
Yes.
And low on time, this is very difficult to defend. King f8, and now bishop f6, threatening the same tactic. Incredible. Threatening the same tactic. So bishop f6, rook c8. What? He missed it. Ah, no, it threatens the rook. Excuse me. Ah, so the whole black setup just doesn't seem to work here, incredibly. The whole black setup just doesn't seem to work. Because after rook c8, you take on g6. And once you take this, and knight d4. So Lamy trying to mix it up here, but can you play the calm queen d1, defending everything? The calm queen d1. The answer is probably yes. The answer is probably yes.
So now the knight is under attack.
Now the knight is under attack.
So I have to move the knight.
Okay. Yeah, I guess you have to. Well, where do you move it? Where do you move it? Doesn't look like you can actually move it easily.
Yeah, I have only c6 and e6. But
yeah, looks very, very bad. Looks very, very bad. Does. Suddenly this position here. So does Glidora have to put the queen on d1? Probably. He can't put it here because of knight e2 check. He can put it on b2. It's probably also good enough. It's probably also good enough. Queen d5 and rook back. It's a free pawn. You can take this check, but I doubt you survive. I doubt you survive this position as black. Although some calculation, of course, is required here, naturally. Some calculation absolutely is required in this position. So he did go queen b2 as well, interestingly. He did go queen b2 here, which is worthy of noticing.
Yeah, queen d5 seems logical, as you said earlier.
Yeah, queen d5. But now, yeah, and now rook gh6.
It protect the rook.
Yeah, and this, and I see no way c4, and now I can just come back. Or I can go here, protect d2. Your king is just, I can protect myself and you can't protect yourself. And that's the important point. I can protect myself and you cannot protect yourself. That's the big difference.
Yeah, so here white White has a winning attack.
Just a winning attack, yeah. Just a totally winning attack. And yeah,
this is a game, actually.
for sure.
Queen d5, rook g(h)(6). This is a game.
Yep. Totally the game, yeah. Yep, I think Glidora's going to win. I'm pretty confident, actually. I'm pretty confident that Glidora is going to win this, actually.
Yeah, and Lemmy is in time trouble, so it will be very, very complicated for him.
Very tough for him. 3 minutes and how many moves? 8 moves. Not easy.
8.
Yeah, not easy. So he does take the pawn check. Totally natural that he takes this pawn. Glidora will go king c2. There's no other move because king b1 allows knight takes d2.
Or yeah. Or king d1 maybe.
King d1 looks a bit strange. Well, why put your king in the middle of the board and allow checks? And this has to be the right move, assuming that this doesn't work, which is very easy to analyze that it doesn't work. So you play king c2 here. Glidora also has, how long does Glidora have? Glidora has 11 minutes. Just 11. Easily enough time to make this work. Easily enough time to make this work. And I don't see any way that Lemmy survives this position. It's just practically impossible. There's g6, there's rook takes h7, you know, knight c5, g6, for example, and it's only one check. King anywhere. Even king b1 will probably win. Even this is probably good. Even trading the queens, even this position is probably good enough to win. Some kind of stuff like this, I don't know. Even the end games are winning. No?
Not this.
Yeah, even this is even if you misplay it like I've misplayed it. Even if you misplay it like I've misplayed it, the end games are just winning. You know. So big result for Glidora potentially, meaning there'll be 2 decisive results. I thought we would get 3 today, but just going to get 2. Let's go. Oh, and the win versus Kmar game ended in a draw. Look at this. Queen takes b2, bishop takes h6. Draw offered.
Oh, it makes a draw.
Because there's a perpetual check. That's why. Because there's some kind of weird. There's some kind of weird perpetual check. That's why. Yeah.
Okay, good.
Queen b8, queen b7, and it's just, yeah, you don't survive. Wang Hao, Navarre also a draw. This is also, again, that didn't look like it was going to be anything but a draw. Here, Dayak, we've already said, was a draw with Shankland. No, actually, we didn't say that, right? But we said it was equal. It was around here where we had this position, takes, c5, bc, bishop takes c5, bishop takes c5, queen takes c5. And this position was just bad for black. And we had a draw in Gelfand Martirosian, also not a surprise. So actually, we've had a bunch of draws very quickly there, meaning that we've only got 1 game left. Hari Krishna against Robson, which is also a stone draw. In fact, that might finish immediately. h6, queen e8, and a perpetual. And I fully expect that to happen, actually, because White has got absolutely nothing here. And White is the one who really wants to try and make a draw. Pentala Hari Krishna realizes that. Hari Krishna realizes that he has to make a draw here. Great stuff. So 5 draws in the main event. We do have this position here. I think we probably stay with this game. But there's no other games really to stay with here. So we're just going to We're just going to stay with that game.
Let's dig. Yeah, let's dig this position, if we can say it this way.
What do you want to do in this position? Queen C3.
Let's
Yeah,
analyze. I said let's
yeah,
dig.
okay.
I
Let's
don't
dig into
know.
this position. Exactly.
Okay.
Let's dig into this position. Exactly. Exactly. So we have this exact position in our analysis. Glidura playing perfectly. Lamy with 2 minutes will go knight c5 here. There's no real other move that makes sense. Check, you just go king b2 on the dark square. So you have to do something. He might try and run with the king, actually. He might try this move, but after rook takes h7, it doesn't really matter. I'm trying to find a move here that is even plausible
Yes,
in this position.
knight c5 is the only way to complexify the position.
Mm-hmm.
So let's play knight c5 for black.
Knight c5, yeah.
Okay. So with white in this position, should I play g6 or should I take on h7? Maybe if I play rook takes h7.
Yeah, also good enough.
Good
More
enough.
than good enough. Absolutely more than good enough. Don't see any problem with this at all.
Okay, queen e4, check. Just to see.
King c1. Had to be a bit careful where to put the king, but king c1 is good enough.
Okay, knight d3.
Knight d3, king d1. King d1, knight f2 check. Wait. We have to go king b1, believe it or not.
And maybe king d1, knight f2.
I know king, and there's rook h8 mate at the end. I'm just being an idiot.
Yes.
You can just do this. It's mate. No, it just doesn't matter. Knight c5 has been played. Let's wait for Glidura now. And remember, guys, you can vote for your favorite game of the round after 6 p.m. every day. Check out the Prague website and check out the Prague Chess Twitter for more. And you'll be able to see that in action. Prague Chess.
Yeah, if both moves are good, rook takes just h7 and g6, I think there is not much suspense anymore left.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think there's anything to do here, really. Which is very unfortunate, of course, for black. But Erwin will bounce back. He's a solid guy. And we have this position, by the way, in the Hare Krishna game, Queen A2 played by Robson. And Hare Krishna has got nothing better here to do than to give the perpetual. If he starts taking pawns like this, check. Even this, I mean, there's no need to get into this position here as white. You can even be worse. And Harry is going to just give the perpetual and make a draw. No question about it. So good for Harry.
Maybe we can have a look on the challengers.
Yeah, well, there's really only one game left, Natasha, because, well, we've still got this Pulknevicius game. For some reason, Pulknevicius has decided to play on and is now slightly worse. Now, it's only slightly worse because you can't really expect to win this game. But what is he doing? I don't understand why he just didn't make a draw a little earlier. He didn't honestly have a serious chance, I would say, in this position. Very, very strange behavior to do this. Very, very strange.
Maybe he's testing Finnick skills, I guess. And I don't know. He's waiting for move 40. It will be a draw, of course, but I don't know.
Maybe, but I don't know. I mean,
I'm trying to find a good reason for, even if.
Queen C7. I really don't know. There isn't a good reason, and the game is not, of course, interesting. It's a dead draw. So this is really the game we have to stay with. It's going to be interesting to see what Glidura does here as his move. So let's see.
And after a move like knight e4,
Yeah.
does it change?
Well, it's
anything?
White's move. It's White's move.
It's
Yeah, it's White to move. It's White to move. No, the decision here is either do you play G6 or do you take on H7?
Yeah, we
That's
said
it.
that
That's it.
both moves were good. Okay,
Yeah.
let's have a look on G6.
G6. So let's say Queen. Yeah, but this is one we saw, like Queen E4, King here, even this ending. But Queen E4, King C1. This is cute, allowing check, and now you can come this way, and it's
And
just over.
if yeah, the
It's just
position is completely.
it's just really really bad. It's
Oh,
just
he
really.
played. He took on
What did he?
H7.
He took on H7. Okay,
Okay, great.
can't be bad. Can't be bad. Normal move. Normal move. You know, I kind
Okay,
of like it.
can I take on H7? Rook takes H7. Rook takes.
Takes. Yeah, you can do this, I guess. But what's your next move here as black? That's my question.
Do I have chances to make a draw, even very small chances, if I go to a rook ending after Queen D3? Or it's just completely dead?
I think it's completely dead. Queen D3, takes, King D1. Well, King where actually? Let's say I go King D1. I think that's probably good enough. Take 94. I can even do this. Even these endings are losing. Believe it or not. Even these endings. Even these endings are losing. Yeah. No, I'm just not a fan of this at all. Okay, King E8 has been played by Erwin, but again, you're just running away. Now, what is the cleanest way to win this position? That's a good question. What is the cleanest way to win this position? Good question. What is the cleanest way to win this position? Good question. Don't know. Don't know. You can try and swap queens, and he does it. He just wants to do this and take with the f pawn. this is very clever actually. He wants to take with the f pawn, and then he marches and now he marches the g pawn up the board. No, this has been a really classy game by Glidura. Very, very nicely done. Nice attack, nice everything. Really, really like it. Really, really like what he's done. Excellent. Excellent stuff.
Yeah, after black declined the queen's exchange.
Trade.
to
Yeah,
trade queens.
yeah,
It was only a one-way direction game.
I agree.
Like the bishop was too strong, and the black king was too weak with this diagonal a1 h8 opened, and he managed to convert his positional and advantage and a very good attacking skills. It's
Totally
a
agree.
good game.
Yeah,
So now we should. I think it will end in. It should end in few moves.
I think so. I don't see a way for Irwin to continue here. He might play a check and then move, and then he moves, but there's really no way to continue here as black. So that means that we're actually going to be done for the day. We do still have one game going on of the youngster, so maybe we'll stay for that. But again, it's not really a position to analyze, and it's kind of insulting to analyze this position. I would even suggest. So I don't think we're
Okay.
gonna
Yeah.
see that.
I think after trading queens, they will do draw in few moves. I hope.
Yes, I believe so.
Okay, so
Tell
maybe
me.
we
Yes,
can. I was thinking. So today you said, okay, it's not yet finished. You said 3 wins in the challengers and 1 with black. At least
correct.
1 with black. We had 2 wins and 2 with white.
Mm-hmm.
And so, what are your pronostic for tomorrow?
Oof, I'll have to see the pairings, but I think we're going to get more and more. Uh, what's it called? Uh, what's the word I'm looking for? Uh, Decisive results as we go along, as people start to open up and start getting in form. I think we're going to get some really nice games. So yeah, that's what I expect basically. I think we'll get even more action, to be honest.
Okay, look, tomorrow in the Master, we have
Yeah. Who
a
do we have?
game. We have a very interesting game.
Yeah.
Kamer against Hari Krishna, the winner of the Challengers last year.
Yeah.
Kamer Vincent
Yeah.
against Hari Krishna Pentala, who won the Masters last year.
Very nice game.
So
Yes. We're absolutely gonna have a good game there. Um, so we'll see. It is official. Irwin has resigned, as expected. Totally normal to resign in that position there. And yes, it seems as though um, the last game going on for the round is this one. And again, I would expect there to be honest, some kind of a draw agreed very, very soon. I'd be very surprised if there was something else here, to be honest. Very, very
maybe they're
surprised.
just waiting move 40. I don't know. I don't.
Um, we'll see. Let's just stay with
We'll
it.
see.
Well, who has impressed you the most today, Natasha?
Today. So in the Masters, I in the Masters it's games were a little bit calm. Let's say this way. We had a small hope with Nguyen against Kamer, but finally at the end, Nguyen managed to find a way to make the draw with Bishop Rook G1 and Bishop takes H6. So in the Masters, I would say the games were nice, but nothing special. I hope that tomorrow we'll have more spectacle.
Mm-hmm.
And in the challengers, I really liked the game of Gejura against Lamy. And
Mm-hmm.
wait, I need and the game Bartel against Stelmach. I really liked the opening choice of Bartel,
Mm-hmm.
and he decided to sacrifice a pawn just to have this unbalanced position with the bishop pair and black king in the center. And after the position was too complicated
Mm-hmm.
for the black to hold, even with the pawn up. And so I really liked how he led his game.
Okay.
And what about you? Any
Yeah,
preferences?
I like Bartel. I think he had a really nice game today, and I'm very impressed also with Gledora. I think he's been very very impressive today. So yeah, um, you know, uh,
I think when I will vote for the
the best
game
game.
of the day, the best game, I think I will choose Bartel against Tarmac.
Okay,
This will be my vote.
okay, yeah, could definitely be. Make sure everybody that you vote as well. It's uh, an important little feature that we have here, so the players know that we're voting, and it gives them a nice boost as well. We did finally have a draw in the Port Vinicius Finet game, so that is it for us for today. A lot of draws today, all draws in the main event, 2 victories in the challengers. Um, so it's been uh, you know, an extremely it's been an interesting day. People are getting warmed up still. Make sure you do join us tomorrow, though. We're going to have more action from this tournament where we're going to have more fantastic chess. Thank you so much again, Natasha, for being brilliant. And that's about it. I guess any last comments before we leave the broadcast?
Thank you, Lawrence, for today. Thank you, everybody, for watching us. And I see you tomorrow for more chess and I think that's, yeah. See you tomorrow.
Okay. See you tomorrow,
Bye.
guys. Take care. Bye bye.